Alright, recording started. Let's do this. Last we left off, we had just started up a fucking trial in the first one in Great Britain. So let's get back into it. I don't remember what any of the characters sound like, as I usually forget. Alright, so we're talking to like 4 fucking different people or some shit. Or no, 3 different people. Because it's the driver of the omnibus. But am I winning? I don't know. I'll let you know after this this witness testimony goes, and we'll see how this goes and whether or not it bodes well for me. But yeah, this is the driver, and then these 2 were in the carriage when they saw the other dude stab the dude in the chest, supposedly. All right. Oh god, what voice did I use for this guy?
It was the last bus of the... Nope. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers that remembered well.
I have the same old person voice. They're all the same.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
So I'm still... I'm not the accused this time. This time. It only happened twice. 2 out of 3 times. That's not 100%.
And out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right, he stabbed him. I have to unplug my controller. This game has haptic feedback for some reason. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did, couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Haven't found the bodies yet? They don't know that part yet. Spoilers.
An ambiguous testimony, I must say.
Oh god, this guy. Fuck, I forgot about this guy. He's... Alright. Let me be 100% with you, chat, alright? Time to be honest. This man is too attractive to be in an Ace Attorney game. Okay? Like, Miles Edgeworth, like, pretty good looking dude. Who else? Simon Blackwell is kind of like edgy, good looking. This guy looks like he's from a different series. Okay? Like he doesn't fit. Because even like Miles Edgeworth had like a bit of like goofiness to him. It's like wearing a bright red suit and a fucking cravat in modern day California. Or Japan, depending on the localization. And like this dude is like approaching monochrome. Right? Like he's barely got any color to him at all. It's weird. It throws me off when I see him. I forget briefly that I'm playing Ace Attorney. Anyways. Oh god, how did I do this voice?
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
A really deep voice, I think. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those 2 witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. That's the look of I've said something stupid.
How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about omnibuses?
Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
Is that how it's pronounced? So they have like a weird pronunciation? They are British after all, you can never know. Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is.
What? What do you mean? The actual scene? How?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes.
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage? You can do that?
Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus.
I'm making him Transylvanian. That's not his ethnicity at all. Or his nationality. It's just fucking here. Okay. This game is doing a lot of strange things that I do not expect, but I'm digging it. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Is it omnibus or omnibus? I don't know. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers.
Up to 8 horses, really? It's not that big of a carriage. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the roof deck above. Oh, Van Zieks is speaking. Why the fuck does he have a sword? I mean, I have a katana, so like... I can't answer that question. Apparently, swords are way more ubiquitous in this version of the world than in reality. Even for the time period. I don't know. He's a vampire. Fucking... It's whatever.
Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
Ah, skylight. Oh!
The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylights.
Ah, that makes perfect sense.
Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
Clearly it's pronounced omnibus. Thank you.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
Jesus, okay. Oh, it's 8-seater? Oh, fuck, I thought it was only 4. Okay, that makes sense why, like, 8 horses would have to pull it. That's a lot of weight. People are heavy. Passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. Okay. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. I believe that's my cue to check the court record. Okie dokie. Can I open the door? Can I do that? Probably should have done this when there was music playing, because it's kind of eerie now. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? A scene of a murder. It's horrible. Oh, I can get right in here. Oh, there's the bloodstain. That's the bloodstain. You know, based on its orientation, it kind of looks like someone had, like, a period accident. Like, doesn't it kind of look like that? Somebody had some leakage, unfortunately. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. It's also weird. How did the blood get there if he was stabbed in the chest? Wouldn't it have hit his lap? Wait a minute. The stupid joke that I made actually brings up a great point. Like, unless you sharded out blood, how did it get there? Okay. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Okay. What does it say? Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. Oh, okay. I thought that was maybe a, like a rules of the omnibus. How not to piss off the driver. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Still weird to hear Crystal Tower outside of the context of Final Fantasy. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Okay. Anything else? Oh, what is this? What's that? Seat as a handle, it seems. Oh. What is this? This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Okay, well, good to know that's here. I imagine that might come up at some point. Skylight. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large, for enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from the inside the cabin, at least. So it can't be opened from inside the cabin, at least. Okay, can I go back outside? Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Okay, let's check the top of it real fast. Unless there's anything below it. Okay, it doesn't seem to be... It's number 418. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Are you serious? Really? Really? God damn it. The team that made this game has a lot of, like... They've been throwing a lot of references to the series in this game. Like, they've already name-dropped Ace Attorney. I forget, they did another one as well. I can't remember where it was. They've really enjoyed that so far. Okay, I think that's all I can see here for now.
Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights.
Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Al. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus!
Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw.
Okay, let me take a look at this again. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were standing next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Okay. That's right. Stabbed him, I screamed at it, I couldn't help it. Oh, what is this guy's name again? Wasn't it something like, you know, he was a lady? He was like secretly a woman? Or that was my idea? Where do I find people? But wasn't there a section for people? Am I stupid? Where is it? Okay, I guess maybe I'm out of my mind. Oh, I didn't realize I have the armband from Cosma now. Huh, okay. Oh, that's the thing that identifies me as a defense lawyer. Ah, that's my attorney's badge. Okay, I gotta show that to everybody. Very important. Yeah, it's weird. How did blood end up on the seat? It would have hit his, like, skirt. Okay. Back. Screamed it did, couldn't help it. I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. I want to double check, is there a way for him to see it? Where's the front? This is the front. How did you see it? I mean, I guess if he got off and walked around, he could see it. Like, there's no window back here. Oops. Okay, that might come up. Okay, what do I want to press on here? I don't think on this. Yeah, I suppose the evenings, so I had a few customers. Okay, I don't think there's much there. Victim and the man accused of killing were sat next to each other inside the bus. Let's press this, see what comes up. And you saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage. Oh. Oh. Right, there's this. Okay, okay. Gotta pay attention to that. Good morning, why is the leprechaun cold? Well, he's the driver of an omnibus, which is like he's a carriage driver in the middle of winter, so I imagine he would be cold then. I don't know why he's so cold in here. I'm wearing like a student's outfit and I'm fine. I think he might have like a sickness of some kind. Actually, no, he's actually radiating coldness because his breath is coming out as a fog. He's actually some sort of fae creature, and not a person. That's my headcanon, that's what I'm going with. Anyways. That's right. When you set up on the top deck, this window is right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. Ooh, okay. You couldn't see their faces. Ah. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There was no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Okay. There's no room for doubt yet. I have a feeling that's going to come up. Because that also says on the picture I noticed, it says that his face is partially obscured from view by a hat. So I feel like their faces being obscured is going to come up. I just don't know where. Okay, let's press this. I actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? Oh, he is again. Or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I really got his back up. Got his back up? Oh, like, so like a cat when it like raises its tackles. What the fuck? I didn't even see what I said. What did I say? I was looking away. Asking you to tell us what you saw in a little more detail if that's... And then this guy... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? What voice did I give this guy? Fuck me. My mind's made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. What the fuck? Juror 3 does have a knife. The prosecutor has a sword. I also have a sword. Everyone's armed. Fucking... Didn't somebody have a gun at some point? Like a revolver strapped to a hip? I think that was back in Japan. It's wild out here. And that leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. What the fuck is this magic? What is happening? There's more magic in this than there was in fucking Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. And that is like actual witches. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. What the fuck? That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. This is looking good. No, this is looking great. What's happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. Oh, that's how they do it? That they just hit the desk and a fucking flame jumps out of their desk and lands into the scales of God behind them. And then the flames weigh it down more on one end. Oh, what was the written in your fucking London tour guide? Oh, it was obvious. Why didn't I see that coming? Fucking defendant's a leprechaun, the prosecutor's a vampire. Yeah, this is all standard fare. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Oh shit, this is the one with the vampire? Unless there's another Ace Attorney game with a vampire, which there might be. I haven't fully completed Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney yet. But the prosecutor is certainly Dracula inspired. Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. I meant case? Unless there's a case with an actual vampire that I don't know about. This is only the 3rd case. The defendant is a leprechaun. Supposedly. Or based on.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance.
Mr. Davis was present for some reason. I thought you would have passed it already. I only stream like this 2 days a week, so we don't make that much progress.
Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed I did, couldn't help it.
Hold it!
Okay. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. Okay. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
That didn't help me at all. Lady, you can stop doing your job. They look like they're even more... Oh my god, that woman is posting a lot of fan fiction as we speak. Jury looks like they're even more convinced than the jury look like they're even more convinced that my client did it than they were before. Okay. That appears to have made everyone more dubious than Mr. McGill telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir?
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief, yes, that's it, the very one, sir. Is that?
Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
Okay, alright. Clear, if it wasn't obvious this man is based on a vampire, it is now. Like a stake through the heart. Clears that right up.
That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Please, no.
M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Shut up! But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
Oh, that's his name? Or his voice?
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel.
The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. Cool. This is going sweet. I want to counter for the number of times his hand wet slaps. I'd have to... I had a death counter for when I was playing Dark Souls. I would have to look up again how to do that. Because that uses a program. I could look into it. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGildet is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, for fuck's sake, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you doing? What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Fuck me. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Sweet! Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Oh, excuse me. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just needed to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw 2. Alright. Well, let's take a look at the knife first, now that we have that. Examine. Can I take a look at the blade? Can I take the sheath off? An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah. Oh, that was me. Ah. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout fucking... God damn it, the writers of this game have to be stopped. You know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh. Well, that idea was quickly quashed. Okay. Handle maybe? Can I... what if I do it from this side? Can I take the sheath off this way? That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Hmm? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh. Aren't you carrying a katana? This is fucking... I gotta stop making quips about this game. They always, every time I make a stupid statement, they always bring it up. God damn it. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Cosmo's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Cool. That's either blood or wine, hard to say. That looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman's blood looks like a lot like a Japanese man's blood. What a profound statement. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Responding on behalf of characters in movies. I totally get that. Yes, I do understand. Okay, that hasn't told me a lot. What about this anything? No. I could have written this movie, I know. I know the feeling, I've done that before. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot else besides that. I don't think there's any big secrets to uncover. Real fake sheath. All right. Keep on pressing.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this.
Like that, you say?
By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he punched it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What? Great. That's gonna be good for my case. Order, order.
It is hard to believe
It's hard to believe. Oh, I see.
It's hard to believe of one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropists, my lord, only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing, overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything. Couldn't agree more, sir, the truth.
Cool. Going well. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be? Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Okay, well, I guess we'll press the first statement then. Last bus of the evening.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir, yes. Ever so cold it was, sir, freezing, in fact.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one enlightened, for example. Quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime then?
I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder if it's altogether worthwhile. It's so sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 punts on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. I just can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. The murder of my own bus. It's too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake this cold ever since it happened.
Just fucking kill me, dude.
My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5, do I take that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But now I have. Fuck him. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say.
No, please, just keep an open mind a little.
Gee up now, Silver Blaze, the finish is in sight.
Alright, juror number 6, you're my only hope. Please tell me the grandma is asleep.
Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild. I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
This is too unkind, sir.
Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man.
Sure do.
Grandmama, it is your turn. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear, what can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
I had to find the voice.
Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said.
My voice is hard on me. I gotta pick a different one.
I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely.
Mother, may we go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? I'm 12.
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is?
What kind of a man is he?
The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls.
What?
Stone the crows.
McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has the thought not crossed your mind. Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that.
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing into his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
Good gracious!
The brickmaker was destitute, he had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded.
I don't believe it. Oh. If I might add something briefly. Miss Susato? You claimed that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where's the evidence to support your claim? Aha! Get fucked. Was that always there? Are you straight up fucking with me right now? He just has wine with him? And a wine snifter? What kind of fucking zoo is this court? They just let people do whatever the fuck they want. He's drinking in public.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law.
Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeke's hallowed chalice.
That blood or wine, honestly, could be either. Based on what this man has said so far. How can this be considered acceptable?
Excuse me. But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh. Fuck.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
Marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
That is alleged been entered into the court record. Clark, no, close the victim who owed 20 guineas. Okay.
Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Fuck him. Send him to the gallows.
Well, it would seem I've had the world pulled over my eyes. You bitch!
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it seems such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel.
And case over. All right. Good job, everybody.
Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before...
I don't stand for nonsense.
Fucking... Oh my god. All right. You got a fucking pyrotechnics crew back there? That was it. The last juror's decision.
Okay. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence.
I love the cut to him slumped over. Yeah, his attorney loves that.
That's what it says here.
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh. There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
Shut up. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. By delivering my final verdict, I trust there are no objections.
Miss Susato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You're in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence, and the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
What is that? A summation examination?
Objection!
Don't, whatever, shut up. A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected?
Huh.
Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced.
This man's accent is all over the place. I've yet to find his voice.
So you're out of luck.
Oh.
What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination.
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese.
Wow, fucking Japanese people will not get... Just not stop getting dunked on in this game. The chalice is gone, yeah. I don't... Was this always here? The bottle? I'm not sure. I feel like it was out of frame enough that I wouldn't notice it.
All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions?
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something but formality, with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still... Like, what if we just, like, tried it anyways, just for fun? I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
I mean, fucking, what other option do we have other than go home? A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Assert our right. Fucking nobody got anywhere in an Ace Attorney game by giving up. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Shut up!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations, I'm losing myself, are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's alright, then it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not. There's no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they've reached the decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. And my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I didn't really hold with all this justifying lark.
Fuck him.
It seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime.
Judicial findings. Game is wild. Jurors' contentions.
There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He is an excellent member, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence.
You stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief.
Poor man on the floor. What? The fuck are you talking about, Grandma?
Magnus McMilky. The milkiest man in London.
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. You are not allowed to verbally swear at the jurors, even though you'd really like to. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw the ricey minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. 4 passengers at 20 pence, and one of them just said the fare is 4 pence. Oh, good catch. That's, fuck, I didn't even consider that. I totally forgot that I said that.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
What on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements, and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. Okay, so if that's the case, then it's between the juror number 3 and juror number 6. It's the young guy who said he stabbed him like this stabbing motion, and then the grandma said he stabbed him like this. That's probably the 2 I have to pit against each other. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Ow, ow. I have to pull this off.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask that you take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Fuck me. Okay, the defense's rebuttal. Outside the character's time, so has to have been him. Whatever, the next memory scenes for passengers fares totaling 20 pence. Oh, she also mentioned the 20 pence. So I could pit her and, what's his nuts together. Okay, noted. Click the tab next to him, just like this. Brazen my say, absolutely brazen. We typed and collated all the statements to her, John Law's conclusion. She has nothing. I can't do anything about that. Trust the guild, fair is our motto. We haven't raised prices again. About 4 pence for 4 years. Okay. So if I put the 2 of them together, that might reveal that there was a 5th person there. Scandalous stabbing the poor man of the 4, beggar's belief. Okay. Let's do... Oops, I wanted to go back.
So we just need to find 2 jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking?
How did you know? I like this tune as well.
Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It's a little long, I'm afraid.
Not right now.
If I have to rely on advice right from the start, how will I get one later? No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking?
How did you know?
Well, that sort of attitude is most admirable, Mr. Naruhodo.
I know what I have to do. Let's listen to those assertions one more time. Okay, yeah, so it's the dude and the lady, which is number 3 and 6, and the dude and the lady, which is number 2 and 5. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna start with her. I'm gonna start with 2 and 5. Because that's basic math. That shit just doesn't add up. Let's do it.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
They do. Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about.
Oh, look at this pacing animation. Oh, how far we've come. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus at the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I had these precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man, why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication,
It would be 16 pence.
exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely 1 person's fare.
One person's fare.
Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious.
Okay, this is working out.
This can't be right. The coachman of the Guild are good honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
All right then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales.
Oh, simply. That's simply, huh? Oh, why didn't I think of that? Just standard fare in Britain.
No, Jaws is there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why'd you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo.
Alright. Looking good.
Now this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same.
Oh, this is good. Turn him around. The vampire stabbed the victim to drain him of his sweet succulent blood to drink in front of everyone in his hollow chalice. That seems logical. Yeah, the banners or whatever the fuck they are behind the jurors. It is nice that they change colors, so you have like an easy visual confirmation of where they stand.
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
Oh, that's easy. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
Then that's where you must strike next.
So I need to pit... Didn't he say that in his head? Susato, confirmed mind reader. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show that there's another contradiction in their assertions.
Exactly. You can do it.
She actually is straight up reading my mind here. Fucking... I mean, it's not that weird, okay? Like, they raise the dead in the Ace Attorney games. I know, fucking, there's ghosts and shit, whatever.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they stay way heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
Alright, easy. You're leaning innocent. Okay, that's good. What did this guy say now? Oh, okay. So it's this guy and Grandma, for sure. Yes.
Objection!
Oh, those two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel, post haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only needing a jump for my other half.
What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you?
We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What, can't you see that I'm busy here? The judge's hair bounces? Yeah, he actually, like, if he gets flustered and it, like, bounces around, he has to, like, readjust it. He's done it once before. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? I've lost this accent. It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? Oh, what can I do you for?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. Jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
And I never. There.
See, it's off kilter right here. Oh, missed it.
They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
Bless my stitches, what a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh.
But why? Why would the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ow! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
Looking good.
The scales.
I don't believe it.
Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using
I'm the one using magic right now. I'm the one using magic. You're the one flinging fucking fireballs. Fucking game.
using magic on us all.
I could use magic. Do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Dark Jinx.
Huh? Me?
What exactly is the problem? What if the 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus.
I cast Fireball on the Eastern Sorcerer. That's a Firebolt, I think. Doesn't look like it explodes, so it's probably just a Firebolt cantrip. I don't think he's a 3rd level yet. Or 5th level yet.
And this young dandy saw him do it. And now, let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? What you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I shall take this needle to you.
They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see different moments of the same crime? I believe it's out of the question. I cast Magic Fist on the Asian man. A single stab wound to the abdomen. Nope. It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it.
Ow! How did Cosmo do this so often? What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the 2 witnesses say you saw 2 different motives for the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
Okay. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. Zip. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by medical report. Stamped once in the abdomen, yep. Boop.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once.
Only once?
Ow. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means the witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times.
Yeah.
Alright, I concede defeat. My knife disappeared. Wait, that means four jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. We've won.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me.
But we had a consensus.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shut, I'll take... Oh my god. Dude, relax. I'll take this razor sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. I was about to make the same joke.
Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue.
Blindy is also a vampire.
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
Okay.
So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
I need another drink. I'm not drunk enough yet. One moment.
Nope. That would be a crime. Okie dokie.
But enough talk. Have at thee. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine...
Did he really just smell it and smash it? He didn't even drink it.
Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zieks.
Is it cold in here, or is it just me? It does look pretty thick to be wine.
As your antiquated tome no doubt suggests, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Oh, there goes the cape.
Bring forth the witnesses once more.
Fucking, it's go time apparently.
Witnesses.
Man, his design is so good. Got the like the shoulder epaulettes, I think they're called.
I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir.
Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you are attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Fucking nobody is ever accused of perjury in Ace Attorney. It never happens. They can lie all they want.
Mio Dio,
Mio Dio, is that Spanish?
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to defend before the court again. You will explain to the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
The judge's accent has changed like 5 different times. I'm just kind of vibing over here.
I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear at the bottom.
I've decided to give him a Spanish accent, kind of, because he said, "Hey, Dios mío."
Well, for one, I'm told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and that I saw a blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilton stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
I don't really know how to do a Spanish accent. This is a very all-over-the-place stream. I'm pretty loose today. Nope, I accidentally scrolled, and that counted as a input.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom fifth passenger, conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend, never existed. Confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage.
Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
Oh my god, his eyes.
The guild's fare's 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the restaurant of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. It's a disgrace. Why did I change his accent?
You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure...
No, that's not his accent at all. What is happening to me today?
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely. Fucking love parlor games. They're my favorite.
Cross-examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but,
Well, hang on. What was that dude about to say? Back it up. Hang on. Go back. Finish your sentence.
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers in your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
It's impossible to make the rest of the day pay. I was so cold, that was all I could do to stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chilblains What the fuck are chilblains? Somebody look that up for me. I'm fascinated to know what that means.
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't the dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Blisteresque things caused by cold. Like goosebumps? Are they similar to goosebumps, or is it different? Get them on my fingers like all the time in winter. Okay, not goosebumps, because I don't think you get goosebumps on your fingers. Your pinkies? Interesting. I don't think I've ever gotten them. Not that I can think of. Then we would have another suspect.
Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Oops, I meant to press that. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. He fiddled me. Right in the pussy. Hold it! Goosebumps, your pores sticking out. These are painful. Okay. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
I just told you that I did. A flat fare, 5 pence across the board.
It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy. Nope. I still haven't found this guy's voice. I'm still like workshopping it.
The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried.
Gotta stop rolling the R's. I'd have been happy if it had never existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. Fiddled me. So much fiddling. This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir.
A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of the man the moment his life is taken.
That is incredibly raw. Holy fuck. Yes, no one should see the moment a man dies and the life fades from his eyes. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Oh, really?
Good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it.
But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be a very significance. I heard that the bank agent next to me made a sharp intake of breath. You see, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Ha! Ha! I tell you, I saw McGillis stabbing that man. Everyone except for stands.
Hold it!
Oh, really? So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him?
That's what I said, isn't it?
It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question.
Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence.
And what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty.
Yep. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Okay.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Think so? What do you mean you think so? You fuck? Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. You didn't see shit.
I suppose. I might have, just put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was not driving the horses, but I was going to frame for the screen.
Oh, I suspect that was me, sir.
And when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the hand over the famous man, yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. Is he okay? Did he die? Somebody check on him. Oh, there he goes.
I really thought I did, but what? But when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment I was stabbing at it.
Mr. Fairplay, you good, buddy? Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I don't think he saw it either. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, have you know? And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day.
Ballarat Day? Another Google term.
It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hard on the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was.
A Ballarat Day. Hang on. I'll type it in chat.
I remember how it was spelled.
Ballarat.
Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
Hands. Blood-soaked.
Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Both of them? And you saw that from the roof? Through the skylight?
Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw.
This banker's latest statements. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it.
When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto, that's when you should have a good look through the court record.
Yeah, okay. It's the gloves. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light.
If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before.
The Google doesn't know either? Alright. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information.
Yes, you're so right. You are so right.
I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses.
Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them and as to the reason.
Ballarat is a city in Victoria, Australia. Is that Australia? Apparently it's derived from Aborigine for resting place. Ballarat is not coming up at all, though. Let's see if I can go back. Oh, it was Ballarat. Okay. There was a Ballarat Day. I still don't know, even with what you Googled, how that makes any sense. A ball of rat. Yeah, it's as clear as a ball of rat. Damn, that rat is balla. I guess it's dry there? I don't know. Alright. Fiddle me, fiddly fiddly diddly 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 diddly. Whoops, I went too far again. Oh, there was one more statement. There we go. There is a blood stain on the right glove.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands?
Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, that's the smuggest I've seen Ryunosuke so far. Look at that smug pose. Oh, I love it. This is always a good sign when The attorney gets smug in the stand. That means you're doing good. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes, right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Oh my god, he is just straight up eating the cane. Not even sort of like a, I'm angry thing, but like a, I have to eat this thing because I'm nervous. What the fuck? In short, Mr. Fairplay, ignoring the cane eating, your testimony is inconsistent.
But, no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here then.
That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands.
Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection! Shut up!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains.
Another JoJo pose. That's a different one than last time.
The victim's blood was on the accused.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Ugh! Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate.
He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Mr. Naruhodo, if we add some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Somebody can show this man as a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Open that book back up. His portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets on London's gentry.
Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness!
What is it?
Look at this. Do you see the name over here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
The details of the debtor's ledger have been updated in the court record. Whoa! You fucker! There is evidence. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded.
Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth you being called as debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilted were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
This document states that a loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. It would cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? This man must have exorbitant dental fees.
Order, order, order. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir.
I used to be able to growl better. Can't do it anymore.
Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of all of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilden's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying...
Oh? I wonder if I may be allowed to speak, sir?
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Ow.
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruto, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Here we go again. What the witnesses really saw.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen.
Okay. Weird that you brought that up at the end.
Well, lo and behold, in truth the fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly. There was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. I can't about to say we saw the man do it.
That's really not what testimony's about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. There's blood on both hands of the assailant. I distinctly remember that. However, suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the strap was married. That matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Why bring that up now? This is weird to me. Why would you bring that up at this moment? Because this hasn't been like a fact of the matter in a while. Okay. I'm gonna press that.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus.
That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh, why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked.
That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed.
Unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Well... Do I have any evidence to support that they couldn't maybe see it? There is the compartment underneath. They also wouldn't have been able to see their faces. Because his face is partly obscured from view. Yeah, I'm gonna risk it. We haven't pressed everything, so I might not have the evidence for this, but... I'm gonna go for it. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
My golly, really?
Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Phew, is that... Hang on. Is that Taliesin Jaffe who does the objection for Van Zieks? I'm thinking about it. I think it might be. It sounds like him.
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demands. We'll identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Right here, right? It would have been behind them. They wouldn't have been able to see. Robert Vernon. Oh, okay. Not Taliesin Jaffe. It's hard to say with only one soundbite. But yeah, I think it's there. Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here.
Ah,
That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat... Ow! It's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Ah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecutor's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? It was the Chief Justice, Male Strongheart. Of course. Fucking... who else could it have been? Because I can't select anyone else besides who's on the screen. No, I can't pick the jurors because I had the same thought. Because juror number 1's acting pretty sus. But I can't seem to pick him. Let's gamble. I'll say I have an inkling. I'm gonna bluff here. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt.
Let's not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
Owie. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... fuck. Was it Bruce Fairplay? No, that's impossible. One of the other witnesses would have said something. Yeah, because, like, they both, unless they're all in on it, they can't both be lying. One of them would have said something if it was either of these two. I don't think I have the evidence for this. I think I have to eat this hit. Van Dracula is an option. Fuck. It was Susato. Of course. She got here and murdered a man. She's very efficient. I have a crazy idea. I have an insane idea. What if it was actually Mason on the other side and they traded places? Before everyone got off and actually examined the crime scene. That possible? Fuck, I've really backed myself into a corner here. I have no idea. I should have said no and pressed more. Fuck. I can't even check my evidence right now, which really sucks. Let's try it. Maybe I'll get lucky. Who knows?
Take that!
Yes, concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than the. Okay, yeah, that's the wrong answer, dumbass. So-called logic you use to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not, because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. Could have just said that's not right.
Mr. Naruhodo, our task here is to defend Mr. McGilded, and we are working on the assumption that he is innocent of this crime.
Yes, of course. Why?
That must mean then that there was someone else inside the Omnibus with Mr. McGilded, the true culprit.
That's right, exactly what I've been... Oh, of course. So the two people sitting inside the cabin that the witnesses saw through the skylight that night, they were the victim and the real culprit.
It does seem as though we've all been making a false assumption.
The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. McGilded at all, meaning he has to have been sitting somewhere else. Oh, I get it now. Okay, that clears it up. Because I forgot that they'd already testified that they saw two people sitting side by side. Totally forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot that they already testified about that. Okay, so it was McGilded who was obscured.
Take that!
There we go. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof of the deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Shut up! Oh my god. Why is the wine flammable? Like, it's got alcohol in it, but not that much.
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Ranzeeks.
People talk of those tiny island nations, the Far East, as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly.
What are you trying to say?
Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand.
It's not wine, it's blood, the blood of an alcoholic.
When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the facts. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong.
What?
If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gold remains.
Objection!
Fucking, these objections are going nuts. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party?
Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary. Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. Tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember. Did you call yourself a hatter?
The style of the hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact.
That's a great point.
Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. But the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
Ah,
Unless there was a reason.
he's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. 6 ads. Fuck me. On the plus side, you know what? I'll say it after the ads end.
Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand.
Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, you will already have made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been most deliberate acts.
Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, can we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Demand his testimony. Go ham. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. I have a question. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Ah, yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say.
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Oh, is this to be continued? Nope, it is not.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
Ah, this guy's accent I remember. To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now 2 matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no, 'tis not my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, I keep my mouth shut.
Tell us what, Mr. McGilded?
The fine fellow represented me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true.
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You... What?
No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, a little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the cottage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statement to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Oh my, what the fuck? Ah, smoke! Ah, fire, there's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! Yeah, it's no use! Ah, I can't see anything! Oh, there's smoke! What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
Fucking ninja vanish!
Were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. Wow. That escalated quickly. Jesus Christ. Yes, a palaise. Good God. February 18th, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Wrong button. What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened.
Mr. Sato, how convenient.
I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use.
You already made that joke. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? And could it be? The other passenger that Mr. McGilda was just talking about?
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilda, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself?
There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Oh,
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night, had a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly.
But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers.
Which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
She's right. That is strange.
Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
We'll know soon enough, Mr. Sato.
Yes.
Children don't pay taxes. Oh yeah, the ads are over. Speaking of which, I just got my first Twitch payout. They did, they lowered the payout of, the minimum payout was reduced to $50. I got more than that. I had more stored. But I also wasn't running ads until like a couple months ago. Or even actually was only like a few months ago. I've only been running them for 2 or 3 months. So you guys have given me money by the fact that you're watching those ads, so thanks. Anyways, perhaps I can afford another Gundam. It would be enough to afford another one. Who is she? There's the young girl just next to Mr. McGilded. Look. Okay, before I get any farther, I'm gonna go refill my water, because I am out and thirsty. What's with this game and accusing 15-year-old girls as murderers? This is the second time that it's happened. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after that rather uneventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks.
My lord?
I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade, which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that the wee lass here was here in the first place and why she tried to board like that. It's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The young girl.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct?
'Tis exactly as the defence counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord.
Very well. The defence may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. When they keep cutting to the prosecutor brooding, something's up. Something's always up when they're just sitting there. Young girl. Take the pants in the oven, probably not it off. And the girl outside, they're working for the first start. What caused the scream? A loud thud, you say, and a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of something falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed. Also, if anyone in the chat is Irish, I am sorry. Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment you did hear a scream.
Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume.
Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I set him up in the seat across from me.
Hold it!
You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? Yes, 'tis common courtesy, so it is.
I find that a little hard to believe.
Our Lord Van Sakes, now why would that be?
You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Only any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is.
Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest.
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself into a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? I was alive. No, I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I don't mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right, you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. And I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean that? What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. It was gay as fuck, homosexual. The wee scream I heard was I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Oh, so she was hiding underneath the seat.
Good gracious.
Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I had been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruto, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's where I found her. And there, I'll go up the ball, hand herself away. Yes. You say she was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Shut up. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and set her up on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. Seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir?
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl.
I mean, how the fuck would you mess up a fucking giant purple gold gilded hat and a newsboy's cap? And you work at a hat store. Like, come on. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo. Being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony? Let's just say it's trying. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilded before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. How did you know? Okay. Okay, so we'll press this as well.
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were. I see.
Aye, and that's why I took to the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting in. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Gina Lestrade. Lestrade sounds familiar. She's a chancer, earns a crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. That's commonly called a pickpocket. What?
This girl here, a petty thief. Order, order. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question.
Oh my god.
Ah! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl, she's gone.
Open your eyes. I'm here. I'm over here. I thought that was McGilded.
Good gracious, how?
What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag of litter the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. Is that fucking... Is that Sholmes' smoke gun? It has the same design as the rest of his getup. I think it is his. That's hilarious.
It's nice, isn't it? I like pink the best.
Oh, do not wave that thing in my direction again.
Oh, I'm not drunk enough for this, so... You admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. "'Tis all right, lass. You can tell them the truth now." "All right, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said."
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
All right, if I have to. Okay. So I snuck inside this carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. They jumped out my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he lets you go.
I fail to understand why would you let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded?
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself.
I think a demonstration is called for.
This is where I was sat that night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume? Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Hang on, when we looked in it, it had a bunch of shit in it. Where's all the shit? Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah,
So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself till the young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
even though you must have realized your action would result in your innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt at my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. My goodness.
What a perfect gentleman.
My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Wait, so who's left? Oh, it's her. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Oh shit. Let's just win? No, that was way too easy. Something's gonna happen.
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, this... well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Shut up. Are you fucking kidding me? He's a JoJo character. I don't know what else I expected. At this point, What the fuck is happening? Who is this guy?
If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example.
of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day.
Emotion?
The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature.
What do you mean his true nature?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report.
Good lord.
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
What? Order, order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel?
Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend?
Me?
No, the other one. When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law.
I was right.
Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be?
Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Oh, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks.
Well, counsel, do you have something to say on the matter?
If I lie, I'll get caught. How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? If I lie, he's just gonna catch me. It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my case as cause for counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain that there were a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, counsel?
Oh, to be whist. What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here.
What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
Oh, deep breaths. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible.
Interesting.
'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interests now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to hold house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Meppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pickpurse are lying.
I can't believe I was nearly taken in. A stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick.
Uh-oh.
Quite so, I must concur here.
No!
With calm and calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems.
My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. Just happened. The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. So I stuck inside the carriage for the courses, just like always. Oh, I gotta press that now. Snuck into what? So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free. Red conk of a driver always go for some grub before his last run, see? That's when I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yes, brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and just cram it into a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. She's become Australian.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
But it was a right old waste of time. Got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I can't see a blind thing in a hiding place. It's pitch in there. Well, why'd you go in the first place?
Hold it!
A waste of time. Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permit at least. Most nights I'm on my own in the God permit at least some of the time. I think I understand that.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, no I don't.
I beg your pardon, did you say God permit?
Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'm telling you, I can't see a blind thing out in place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and out and look out crack. And I can have a butcher's at whose I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers pat themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. It's too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place I hide in them carriages, so it's Obstin's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out into there. Nothing else for it. Why is that bang? What the fuck is the bang? Did the guy get shot?
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? You don't look sure. Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim. Could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion out of quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? Irishman was sitting with the bloke what had fallen on the floor with the seat opposite.
That matches Mr. McGilder's account, of course.
But then, the fella suddenly turns and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. Did help me get me that way of mind.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilder discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on a seat knoll. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, Doug got a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me.
Oh, how awful.
Both my hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both your hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilder for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanting to know what my name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." That's what Irish people sound like to me.
All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent.
One brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Is there a contradiction? I think I pressed everything, didn't I? Oh, hang on, what do we got here? Stay in the right glove. Guide to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Show for your troubles. Slide bang, jump down skin, skip dots, because that the swallow found me. Did help me get away. I have not progressed much now.
Hold it!
What did this say? She normally chucks it out. We're walking through a stream about the cat shitting on the floor. Oh dear, that sounds fun. Brushes and buckets and whatnots. That cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. Excuse me. Gonna go through everything again. I feel like I missed a pressing statement somewhere. She can't possibly be the culprit. Can't see shit because it's too dark.
Well, no.
Oh, that wasn't there before. Can I help you?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. Only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. Because I have no other option. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But what all she said? But that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, don't guard me. I'm stumbling through her words. That's right, insult the judge, always a good move. Yeah, why can't Susada just read their minds? I was trying to be years to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
What about the carriage moving? So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw the swell getting on, I got my head down so you didn't notice me. Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, weren't you Adam and Eve, eh? What a mug! Well, what does any of this mean? So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But we? Not likely. Even though we stopped near now, I never heard the door open. I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Wouldn't he have yelled if he had gotten stabbed? I'm gonna keep bluffing. Doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts.
Ah, at odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely.
It seems my learned bunny's friend is not as dull-witted as I feared.
So Van Zieks realized it too.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. So she got in. I'm thinking what she missed is Mr. Mason getting on. Unless, well, fuck no. I don't know. Let's see here. Oh, I thought she was 15. She's 17. I thought somebody said she was 15. I think it's Mason that she should have heard. She never heard the door open. Guess someone just by looking out, you're not going to be right. You're absolutely right. You can get somewhat close with kids because they're very different as they grow. Yeah, Mr. McGill sounds here what you're hiding. Suppose stopped here and there. I never heard the door open. Yeah, she should have heard Mason get on. Right? Am I crazy? She says the door didn't open. Mason wasn't in there when she got in. So if she didn't hear the door open again after McGilded got in, then where the hell did Mason come from? Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. I think it's Mason.
Take that!
Yep, I got it.
Twice fired, Mason.
Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Fucking got it.
Order, order. Explain your reasoning, counsel.
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded?
Yes, it was. Not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight.
So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time?
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all?
No, I never heard it.
That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up on the carriage?
Ah,
We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts.
ah.
Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed.
Lord Van Six.
Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
Great.
Is that right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. This girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that.
Fuck.
Death. Death to all of you.
Ah, she didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
Neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars.
Fuck me.
Ah. Mr. Naruto, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
Ah, victory wine. Very good. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nibunese friend. And to the considerable troubles you have spared me. Oh, he actually does drink it. Delicious. Yes, very refreshing.
Ah. Ark, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Abaddon?
This is carnage, it's perfect.
Juror number 2 is the only one left.
Mr. Naruto, the way this is going.
I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. Begilda's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Put the hand down.
Hold it!
Thank you. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to reveal the critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying?
Counsel?
I'm sorry, sir. What do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once.
That left shit.
The accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question. The victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
Yet the victim's body was found in the carriage.
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Okay, big lie, here it comes. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already, makes sense. There's another entrance, is total bullshit. He was put there after he died. Is possible? But they would still have to open the door to do that, right? Yeah, they would have to open the door to do that.
So he had to have been in there already. Let's go for it. Clearly, he was in there already from beforehand.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last statement, sentence?
Huh?
Well said, Lord Van Zeeks. This clearly is troubling me also.
No. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand.
Then answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring?
Well, clearly, fuck.
I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling.
I must learn to ramble more relevantly.
The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes. So I ask you again. If this petty thief was to leave...
I'm gonna save real fast. Just gonna make a quick save. I got 3 lives left. Let's play it a little safer. I guess he was put there after he died. Here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. If she didn't hear the door open on the carriage, then how did they get him in to the carriage without her hearing, whether it be through the carriage door or through another entrance? Like, how could she not have heard it? The only way it makes sense if it was in there already, but I guess that's not the case. Oh wait, no, that's stupid. I'm a fucking moron, because he would have seen her come in. I'm a doofus. I didn't even fucking doy. Okay. Obviously not that. Okay. There's another entrance? That doesn't make any fucking sense. There's an entrance that she didn't hear open. That's crazy talk. I guess it's they put him in there after he was already dead. I'll try it. I don't know. This one's a weird one. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed. I don't think that was it either.
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously...
Yep, that was absolutely the wrong answer. Alright, I'm gonna load from that. So apparently there's another fucking... entrance? That's totally silent? If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered.
Oh, really?
Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin.
All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you are proposed the victim entered the cabin?
Fucking the skylight, I guess? Sure.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
so you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory?
Both Mr. McGilden and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor.
Yes, which has always been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger.
Yes, it has. But would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Good gracious.
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin.
That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure?
Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony.
Of such events. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilden. To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said none of the victim fallen through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that is not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oof. Oh, my goodness, surely not. There's two chaps on the roof. She's in the middle of writing fan fiction. Did I fucking guess it? Like, a stream ago? Oh no, they're talking about something different. I mean, the ones who stuck the knife in the man were... Ah! And they're back. I am still here, yes.
What exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer?
Whoa.
What is happening?
Is he riding a horse? What? I don't know what's happening right now. I'm a little concerned. I skipped past his dialogue. What the fuck did he say? Urata, you said. Urata, what are you insinuating?
This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
It'd give you a shine in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay.
You're effectively accusing me, a silly gentleman and well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace, it's scandalous, it's... I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. I feel like I'm missing something in regards to that dude. I don't know. Whatever. I just want to check something. Okay, good.
Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous.
Okay, that does look smoother on the preview. Does it look less choppy for you guys now? The visuals? Because I noticed when I was looking at the preview, I was like, that looks really low, even for 30 FPS. And so I changed the game capture to, I changed the SSLI hook rates. Now it looks better. Yeah, that's on normal. And then I just switched it back to fastest. Ah, fuck. Hang on. Like I have to get it again.
My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks.
It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Okay, now it looks like shit again, because I fucked with it. Hang on. Accuse? I never intended to.
It seems, young bunnies, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to the court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt.
Okay, now it's terrible again. Hang on, let me switch back. Switch back to fastest.
In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation.
I know I was rash to push this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. Oh, hang on, I fixed it. Now I fucked it up again. 1 second. See if I can get it to update properly. Now, fastest. Capture frame rate, maybe? Oh, that just made it go away. Okay, hang on. Why does that guy have a knife? Great question. Okay, it's still fucked up. Fuck, I fixed it. And then I broke it again. Son of a bitch. I feel like it's not updating now. Oh, there we go. If I turn that off. Now it's all fucked up again. You find on your ends? Does it not look like really slow and choppy? It just changed a second ago. Because if it's just, yeah, that seems worse. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was noticing it before, but I didn't know if there was anything I could do to fix it. Okay, that seems better. If I turn on SLI Crossfire Capture, it is slow. You can see there's more of a delay. But like if I turn it off again, this is what it looks like with it off. So this is bad, or what looks bad to me. Yeah, this is definitely much worse. Okay, I'm gonna turn this on. Hopefully this doesn't cause any problems. And we'll see how that goes. What if I change this back to normal as well? Does that make any difference? Or is it the capture mode specifically? I'll set it to fastest. It seems better to me, so we'll try that. Yeah, I can see more of the delay. But, it's like on a 0.2 millisecond delay. But you guys won't notice that, so it doesn't really matter for you. Okay.
I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
Jesus Christ.
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo?
Spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this.
No time to think this through. All I can do is keeping pushing forward. Ah, we were doing so well on the localization. There were so many moments where I was like, that's a mistake. No, wait. It's actually just kind of an odd turn of phrase, but not grammatically incorrect. Ah, shame. Had to happen eventually. Refuting the accusation.
We're the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
You gotta stop doing this, man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see.
Innocent, I tell you.
Although allegedly, of course the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another.
What?
Eh?
According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings.
Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. Thank you, sir, for the cross-examination. Okay, only two people on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. Can you? So with no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not. Dickon.
No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the closed cabin, talking with this man here.
Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately.
That's an outright lie. Without doubt you were engaged in.
Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all,
Ah.
It's all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. So you do well to remember that.
I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well. This is a fucking shit show. Press that. I'm kind of at the stage where I'm pressing everything. Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly.
Is this some kind of a lark?
Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is? I think his accent has changed. Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly.
Oh, you fat dinkum, sir.
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again.
That's extreme.
It's extreme, I tell you. And we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things?
I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what the capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really.
Okay, so now that's not the first thing about the victim. No reason to kill the man. Really? So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before?
Oh, no, not once, never.
I never met the man before, he said. Never.
And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. I am mixing up the voices. I'm all over the place. There's too many characters.
That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
So out of it, we had none. Lies. The fuck are you giggling about?
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded?
Yes, counsel, what can I be doing you for?
Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow?
Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder.
What are you insinuating now?
Ah, Mr. Fair Play, it has been too long, so it has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date.
I beg your pardon?
You borrowed 20 guineas for me, sir.
Guineas?
Guineas for me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion.
Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another.
Arr.
And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat lying about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just in the practice, you understand? I'm needing to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Thrice-Fired Mason. Ah. There's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for him, my lord.
Yes, you mean...
Yeah, I do remember, Toaster, that guy does it on money, but thank you for the reminder, because it has been a while. It's fucking 11:30. I've been doing this for 3.5 hours. I appreciate that.
I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours.
The game did remind you, that's true.
The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh no, sir, absolutely not, sir.
I don't think it was supposed to, like, just there to remind me. I think it was him clearly pointing out that, like, yeah, you have motive. You owe me a shit ton of money. I think that's the reason why he brought it up. It wasn't just like a, here's a reminder for the player, which they do all the time, to be totally fair. That happens a lot.
There's nothing really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case.
You little weasel. Arr.
He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGill certainly has been thorough in his research, hasn't he?
Please don't let me, little interruption, hold up the proceedings. Now, it was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Okay, I don't know what that gave me, but there might be more. I might be searching for more of those interruptions before the judge calls it. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm going to lose my buck with you in a minute.
He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. This man is scary for sure. Yeah, I don't fuck with him. Rich guys don't get rich for no reason.
Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night.
So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still not all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand?
Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own, let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we?
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind. Loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happened.
Thanks. Why? I'm curious to see how this is relevant.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rogue, I did.
Red as Rouge? Hang on, let me read that again. I might have filled that in with D&D knowledge. Red as Rouge. Okay, that makes sense.
Are you expecting me to sentence you? 12 years for unconscionable flatulence. Actually, no. Capital punishment. Hang this man. Kill him now.
Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame. Ooh. Another
Excuse
one.
me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. Skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Oh my god. We're just watching this happen, huh? All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears.
Mr. Strahd, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't up off the bus and... let me try that again. So I couldn't up off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why I can't open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck.
Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims.
Invisible bailiff.
Ah!
Oh, my hat. See? Get fucked.
Order, order! Order! So, it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Okay, I'll do that then. Where's your proof? Present. Let's take a look.
So the skylight was fastened shut before. Now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Oh, do I have to go inside now? Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Scene of the murder. Fucked up. What the hell is that? That wasn't there before. Look down. What is that? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Seeks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Is this a trap? Are we falling into a trap? I have a feeling something bad's gonna happen.
Hold it!
Proof.
That's right. I demand to hear it.
Oops. We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this.
But you can call us both shysters. Brand us criminals.
Call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here.
Ah!
If I don't crack this case soon, I'll crack his teeth. Okay, I think I have to present the carriage on that last statement. I wonder if these two men were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of the trial. I'm stumbling over my words. I'm so nervous. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. Okay, I think I know what to do. Hopefully this works. Oops.
Objection!
Fuck. God damn it. I mean, that's clear proof that he fell through. But I guess that's not right. Where's your proof? Do I have to press another statement now? Again? Because that happened before where we had to press a statement twice and then someone else reacted to it. Unless, did I get another piece of evidence? No. Hang on a minute. Do I have to look up now? Oh, that's what I missed. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Martian Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a bloodstain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? There we go. Okay. That's what I fucked up. Alright, try it again. I to investigate a little bit more.
Objection!
There we go. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom.
What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, We didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible.
Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel? My lord? I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which we allude? We'll point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Right there.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? Ah,
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
what?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening.
Oh my.
And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
No.
That's both of them at the same time, just like wobbling on before. I'm a voice actor.
Order, order, order!
Who the fuck was that? Oh, that was fair play.
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin.
It only found its way out of that one particular spot on the skylight, sure. And that would be very convenient.
Did the driver know where everyone was sitting? I don't think the driver was a very reliable witness, based on what we know about him. But maybe?
And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is.
What? No.
But it can't be. It's all.
Why?
Oh god. This dude? Okay.
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, they thought I could pull a wool over my eyes, did they?
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
That's illegal. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would that be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks?
A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended to Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
What?
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while the court has been in session.
What?
What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus MacGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt to the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
I need another drink. When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilda's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut, Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel?
Is this date a vampire? Yeah. Yeah, he just straight up is. Oh, no. Because I date that vampire, he is one of the most attractive characters in all of Ace Attorney. So attractive that he looks like he's from a different fucking game. Straight up. Like his art style almost doesn't match.
I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood in the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will all cast your minds back, isn't it true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How can anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel?
It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. Not true, there was a smoke bomb.
My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words.
As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think... Yeah, girl smoke bombed the courtroom. It could have been possible. And Zeeks know that, so if I say no in the situation, he's going to be like, fucking idiot. Here's the actual answer. The hell is this Zenogre plate and why is it shiny? You just got a high rank gem, which is extremely rare and you need it for very high upgrades for stuff or specific pieces of armor. If there's anything that stalls you from building a piece of gear in Monster Hunter, it's the gem. Either it's a plate, a gem, or a mantle. Those are all different types of extremely rare drops. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponi's friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Careful, Mr. Naruhodo, there's a ninja!
Oh, kill the ninja! There's another ninja!
The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. Also explains why the blood is way lighter in shade. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten feckless gouger?
Feckless gouger?
You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies, such as.
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, it was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty,
Excuse me.
if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think?
Sorry?
About the omnibus? Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
Is there? I mean, the blood is a different color, but I don't think it's gonna be that. I'm gonna say yes, because it's better to bluff in this game. My lord,
Yes, counsel?
there is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. What exactly is this alleged mark you claim appeared at some point during the trial?
Is it the mark on the floor? I don't think it's the mark on the seat. It really is a different color, so I think it's going to be that. Because I don't see anything else. But I'm going to say it was this. It's blood, isn't it?
Something wrong?
Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks is, yeah, Van Zieks didn't know about it because it's a new one.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, we would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good lord.
I even said, like, how did I not notice this beforehand?
Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake.
This trial is over.
Mr. McGilded?
I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now.
But you're the defendant.
It is over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there.
Well,
And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper de Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord?
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my education. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty.
Yes?
Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really all right for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes... I'm gonna say it. I think this is a false victory. But I'm gonna save just to make sure, because I only have 2 life left. Ow. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind?
Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. There, have this for your troubles. Ah. Our job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have.
What do you mean?
It's just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Not more than a formality.
I really don't know what to make out of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said.
Must write. Fan fiction. It's hot as fuck.
The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings have been unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks, my lord,
The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
What? Wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair.
The culpability of the defense has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What?
Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
Good grief, you have more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over.
Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilted.
Wow, that is the worst feeling not guilty verdicts I've ever had. Nobody's cheering. They're all just yelling at each other.
I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent.
With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. This is so pain. I've never had a not guilty verdict feel this terrible. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Damn. 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
That certainly was a long trial.
Ah, yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that.
The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did.
Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl's with him too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh, what stories?
How about the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty? I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I thought it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out there a free man, then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning.
You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. It's just water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared.
But nothing's resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me.
Oh?
Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do odious and odious and abhorrent deed. It's grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Oh, the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details.
Bork. Hey, Townsbro. How's it going? We just got a not guilty verdict, which means I won, and it's the worst feeling victory I've ever had. This shit sucks.
They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay.
It's not that funny.
So then,
Not guilty of what? It's Ace Attorney. It's always murder.
as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much.
Shut up and take the money. I'll be whist, you're humble people, are you from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded? Oh, that's the bailiff. Everything is ready, sir. If you would like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection.
Sorry? What inspection?
We're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain.
And there he goes. A free man. Where's Holmes or Sholmes when you need him? Sorry, I almost committed a copyright violation. Oh, I forgot she was here too. God damn it. No. Please no. Please no. No. Look, I'm begging you. I'm on my knees. Don't do it. Please, God, don't do it. Don't move. Or as I want to say, get a move on. It really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? I ate old grown-ups. Sounded like she ate them for a second because I fucked up the word. Ah, there you are. Who the fuck is this? What is this Paper Mario track? What is happening? She also looks like she's from the wrong series. Now I have to speak in a higher voice.
Naughty, naughty, running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha!
Oh my god.
Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me, but who are you? Yeah.
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normally smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Just give it the deepest voice you can. I've reserved that for Zeke's. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all?
I just took my eyes off of it for a moment while I was changing onto a different omnibus and she pitched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
I can't do that voice. That's gonna fuck me up. Attila, what's it now? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory.
What? What for?
To apologize, of course, City, to my technician.
What? You mean, say sorry? God, that's awful. I know, I'm not sticking with it.
You must say sorry for what you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Or die. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I know you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that's what she wants, is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. I assume she makes Sholmes' stuff, because it looks like the same as the rest of his getup. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh. We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner than we arrived in London that we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. What's it say? Oh shit. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, for fuck's sake.
How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be
God
in here
damn
before we
it.
started investigating.
Oh my god, did he try and kill Zeke's?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Oh my god, who's in there?
This can't be.
Oh no, it's not Zeke's, he's right there. God, he's handsome. It's not even the same art style. Compare him to the cop. Oh my god, that's the end? What the fuck? Oh, probably the two guilty? Yeah, that's a possibility. What if McGilded died, though? Because, like, he didn't even seem surprised. Like, what if fucking, like, Zeke's killed him? That'd be crazy. Unlikely, yeah, I agree. That's true, they did say it was far from over. It'd be pretty much over if the guy just straight up died. Yeah, he might have killed, what was it, Fair Play and, First? Fuck. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Double save, just to be sure. Well, it is 12:18. The Clouded Kokoro? Okay. God, that's fucking crazy. We're on the 4th episode already. Their animations were bad? Fair. Alright, well that's going to be it for me tonight. It's 12 o'clock. We've just finished up an episode. Man. What a crazy ending. Well, thank you all for watching and for stopping by. Kokoro does mean heart. Yeah, the clouded heart, but they wanted to make it alliterate. I don't know. Tomorrow we'll be continuing the build of the HG Zabanya final mission version. So look forward to that. That'll be our classic Saturday stream as it has come to be. And after that, I won't be streaming again until Tuesday. We'll be picking this up again, and we're going to start episode 4. In the meantime, of course, if you want somebody to watch on Sunday and Monday, there's, of course, Bartholomew and Nobody. Go check them out. But we got to find somewhere to drop you off, so let's see who's online, shall we? I think Crudberry might still be doing their 2K follower celebration, and they're playing a fucking cursed game. So I did say I'd raid them, and they might still be online because they started just before I did. Yep, they're still online. Oh, but Enemy Pop is also online. You know, we've raided Enemy Pop quite a few times. I think we'll raid Crudberry for the 2K celebration. I think that's a good idea. All right. All right. Well, we'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. And have a good night. Hope you all sleep well. And go say hi to Crudberry for me, shall we? Let's go watch some cursed gameplay.